I'm also here tonight with my colleagues from Housing and Community Development, as well as the Department of Planning and Development. And first, I'm actually going to pass it off to Planning and Development to talk a little bit about 2232 reviews.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight. So this is a 2232 public facility review to determine the land use for the proposed shelter for families. Typically, once an application is received, staff will determine the type of review. In this case, as it's a new use on the site, there will be a public hearing before the Planning Commission. Although this is a county-owned property and the proposed shelter use is allowed under the current zoning and comprehensive plan, the state code requires us to go through the 2232 process, specifically to determine if the general or approximate location, character, and extent is in substantial conformance with the comprehensive plan. Before you is a contextual wider map showing the surrounding mix of uses around the site, including commercial and residential. And to the south, you'll see the Human Services Center. As you can see, the site itself is marked with a star at the top. These are a few sample policies of the public facilities element of the policy plan. There is actually an entire chapter in the comprehensive plan that gives guidance for our review. In our review and analysis, other elements, including the human services and the housing elements of the policy plan, were also looked at. This is a timeline of the project. The application was submitted at the end of October of this year. We mailed out flyers to surrounding stakeholders in mid-November for the virtual community meeting tonight. We are planning to mail out additional mailers at the end of the month for the public hearing on January 29, 2025, with the staff report published 2 weeks prior on January 15th. That concludes our part of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kazi. I'm going to get into a bit of the scope of the project. So the location of the proposed shelter is 3997 Fairfax Drive. It's just west of the West Ox and Route 50 interchange. It was a former extended stay hotel. It was purchased by the Redevelopment and Housing Authority in August. It's immediately surrounded by those 2 major roadways and office buildings, as well as a county police station and a county fire station. The building itself is about 42,000 square feet. It has 3 stories. 94 studio units with kitchenettes, and the building also has 103 parking spaces. So the Redevelopment and Housing Authority purchased this property in August at the direction of the Board of Supervisors in response to there being an insufficient number of shelter beds available to meet the demand that we have. The need is particularly critical by April 1st of next year, as the county's hypothermia prevention program does end the day before that on March 31st. When the program ends for the season, temporary shelter facilities will cease operations, and this will increase the already high demand for shelter beds. So the plan is for households with children to move from the Embry-Rucker shelter in Ruston to the Fairridge facility. Embry-Rucker will then be used for adult-only households. And this building, having been built as an extended stay hotel, does lend itself to a fairly straightforward conversion to a shelter use, which improves the county's efficiency in providing very critical service to some of our most vulnerable residents. I'm going to pass it off to Tom Fleetwood, the Director of Housing and Community Development, to talk a little bit more about the opportunity here.
Thank you, Bree, and good evening, everyone. My name is Tom Fleetwood. I'm the Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development here in Fairfax County. Just a little bit about the sort of strategic decision to purchase the property. This was viewed as a path to quickly improve and increase the capacity of Fairfax County's emergency shelter options. The property was purchased using $14.5 million from the county's American Rescue Plan Act funding. So that is $14.5 million in federal dollars. No funds from the local taxpayer were used for the acquisition. We also have federal funds available to cover the immediate improvements and longer term modifications to the building. It's important to note that the additional development potential that may exist on the site was not considered as part of the appraised value. So we think that there is potentially significant additional development potential on the site. Back to you, Bree. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. So this project will be broken into two phases of use. Phase 1 includes initial renovations to bring the building into compliance with the building code, which is very important when you're trying to provide a safe environment for the families that will be staying there. These improvements mainly include deferred maintenance, such as repairs to life safety systems, including swapping out fire alarms and restriping of the parking lot as well. Phase 1 is marked by occupancy by the April 1st start date, which will see a further increase in demand for beds. Phase 2 for this development will be part of the Department of Public Works and Environmental Services Capital Improvement Program. While the details of this phase will be determined by DPWES within their separate process, we do anticipate that it will include further substantial building and site renovations to help optimize the site. Phase 2 will include the addition of a domestic violence shelter use, which is anticipated to require the conversion of the existing units into apartments in a portion of the building. So this will take up part of the building while the rest of the building will remain in use as a family shelter. So the entirety of the building will ultimately be used for these services. And upon completion of phase 2, we'll have various services being offered in this building for residents who are facing difficult situations, and it helps us co-locate our services that we provide to residents. The site itself has a lot of benefits for a shelter use. It has proximity to Reston and the Embry-Rucker shelter where families will be coming from, as well as the government center and its services. There's also a grocery store within walking distance and convenient bus stops along Route 50 in front of the building. And while I had mentioned some planned improvements that will take place over the course of 2 phases, the building generally is in good condition to readily convert to a shelter that can accommodate families within the time frame that the spaces are needed by. And since this building was an extended stay hotel, it does lend itself for reuse as a shelter because of its previous use. The layouts of the units and the provision of kitchenettes are particularly. Okay. Thank you for muting. I appreciate it. So these units provide privacy and kitchenettes for families to cook their own meals together if they'd like to do so. Extended stay hotels and shelters also generally both function as temporary accommodations. So the uses are quite compatible. Neither of them are intended to be long-term housing solutions, and they don't include things like leases. So due to this natural compatibility, hotels like this often are rented out by shelter providers, and this is something that is done by some Fairfax County shelter contractors currently. So the compatibility of the uses means that we do not anticipate that the function of the building will have any additional anticipated impacts to the community. It should remain largely the same as it was before. The site being reused for a shelter provides a lot of community benefits as well. The provision of quality emergency shelter facilities helps to mitigate the negative impacts that homelessness can have on people and particularly children. Quality shelter can result in improved health, increased school stability, reduced trauma, and provides them with direct on-site access to other critical support services. Some of those on-site services will include access to groceries and children's supplies, as well as case management, employment assistance, transportation, and location of more permanent housing. Providing these services to residents who need them helps Fairfax County residents achieve economic stability and upward mobility, both of which are county priorities included in our One Fairfax policy and our countywide strategic plan. So these are some next steps in our 2232 review process. We will be speaking with the Springfield Land Use Committee on January 16th. That is a Wednesday. It will be at 7:30 p.m. at the Government Center in person. And then the Planning Commission public hearing, as Kazi had mentioned, is on January 29th at 7:30 as well, in the Government Center Board Auditorium. And then we anticipate initial occupancy to be achieved on or before April 1st. And
Is
that
this open for
concludes
questions?
my, oh, yes, please do. Let's jump right into questions.
Great. Your housing, gentlemen, I understand we purchased this at quite a value, way above its assessed value, which is hard to understand. But when he said federal money, under the circumstances we're watching the federal government wanting to cut back, is that funding going to be pulled back? And if so, what would the county do?
Thank you for the question. With respect to the federal dollars, those have already been appropriated and expended for the acquisition, and the federal dollars that have been appropriated or awarded for the renovations, we do not expect would be pulled back.
And what about the day-to-day cost? Is that also federal money?
So the day-to-day operations will be dealt with through the county budget process, and there will be more on that coming forward here in a very short time frame.
I see. So it will come out of my tax dollars. It's when?
The
That
operation, the operations.
that answers
Yes,
that.
ma'am. Yes.
And you're taking it from like 95 rooms to 45 or something like that?
No,
you're
ma'am.
reducing the number?
No, ma'am. That's not accurate. The entirety of the facility, once we reach the completion of the second phase, the entirety of the facility will be used. So it's regrettable that there was an impression out there with respect to a reduction of the capacity of the facility or a substantial reduction of the capacity of the facility. It will be used in its entirety.
Is this going to alleviate the issue of the building they wanted to build with drug rehab and concierge service and medical service? Because I understand that building was put on permanent hold due to citizen complaints of issues that could arise and crime issues that could arise. So that one got put on permanent hold. Is this going to adopt that? Because this group in Reston seems to be quite powerful in getting what they want done.
So a couple
Right.
things there. The development that you're referring to by Cornerstones, which is a critical nonprofit service provider here in Fairfax County, is a separate issue from this proposed shelter. And I would just like to note that that particular development is intended to be a completely different type of facility that provides permanent supportive housing for people, generally speaking, with disabilities. So, just want to be real clear about, that these are two very distinct facilities, and, they will be proceeding along separate tracks.
So the county, as of this reporting, does not intend to marry those two into this extended stay property.
That is correct.
Okay, then my next question is, are these homeless related to the county taking on the attitude of being a sanctuary county? Is that who's going to be housed here? Or are these people who have fallen on hard times that normally have paid taxes and been contributing members of Fairfax County?
Yeah, I will speak to I'll speak to the people that would be served in this facility. They're the people, families with children that would be served in any of our other existing existing shelter facilities.
I understand that's an answer, but it's not an answer to the question. Are these,
Non-answer.
excuse me?
I was saying that was a non-answer.
Yeah, well, it was an answer, but it didn't answer the question. So the question is, are these tax-paying citizens who have fallen on hard times that we're helping get back on their feet? Is this related to the sanctuary status that the board decided Fairfax County should adopt?
Yeah, I can't speak to anything with respect to immigration status. What we're talking about here is the housing status of people with families. So again, this facility will serve families that have fallen on hard times, just like any other homeless facility in Fairfax County.
Thank you. And then I have one other question regarding Monument Drive. I don't know that this group would be the group, but it'd be nice if someone could direct me where to take those questions.
What is your question with respect to Monument Drive?
They've turned one of the prettiest streets in Fairfax County. It looks like a circus. They've created a bicycle lane that no one uses because no one's riding bicycles there, and eliminated passageway for vehicles while they're developing the land to maximum use. So you'll have triple the vehicles using that road, and we've eliminated one whole lane just for bicycles. And I think that's it's questionable.
I appreciate that comment. That falls outside the scope of this discussion. Bree, forgive me. Thank you.
Well, that's why
Sorry,
I asked if you could direct me who I would talk to in the county.
That would be Fairfax County Department of Transportation.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome. Sharon, you're next. Thank you for waiting.
Hello, I have a question.
I think we're waiting for we're waiting for Sharon. Sharon's translating, or our ASL interpreter is translating a question right now. Just give him a minute.
Okay. Yeah, go on. Okay. So I'm gonna. All right. Okay. Yes, I can see that. Yes. All right. So the name of the roads is 50. It's very, very heavy. There's very heavy traffic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's a good idea to have that highway on so close. It's heavy traffic. And it's 50 and something moving to
So if someone decides to move, if someone decides to walk across, being in that middle of that area there, or even they have a sign, I don't think it's conducive to have that in that place there. Having that building there in the 50 area, it's just so heavy. The traffic is heavy right there. I don't think it's conducive. And that's just my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Yes, there is heavy traffic on that roadway. We had some comments at the Sully Land Use Committee on Monday night regarding the crosswalk, right, that goes from across the building to the bus stop. So we'll talk to Fairfax County Department of Transportation about that. And then also there is a next phase.
Sorry, I mean to interpret. Sorry, we had a video issue. Do you mind repeating again for me?
Yes, sorry. I was gonna say we've gotten some comments about the level of traffic and the ability for folks to cross that roadway to get to the bus stop that is across the street. There's a bus going east that was of concern, and I think the Department of Planning and Development is going to speak to Fairfax County Department of Transportation regarding any kind of plans for that crosswalk. And we also do have a second phase of development that will be more substantial. So the Department of Public Works and Environmental Services will work on those more substantial renovations and optimizing the site. And then we were talking about passing that information along for the next phase because they will be doing a more comprehensive review of the site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a suggestion, if you're open to suggestions, and they could make a bus stop in front of the facility to alleviate causing more traffic on 50 to be impeded.
Yes, I think there is one in front of the site, but that's the one going west. I think there was concern about the one going east because that one folks would have to cross the road for. But I think the bus stops are still pretty close. But yes, we can absolutely look at the locations of the bus stops as well. Those generally can be looked at within the context of land development.
I would also ask if your developer, his intent on doing this in this Fair Ridge area, which is rather frustrating to those of us that have worked very hard to develop a home and take care of it and all of that. But it's like there's no metro here. Why not up by the metro where they would have more access to getting where they need to go? So I found that a little confusing. But there seems to be a real intent that this Sully District is going to absorb this, like it or not.
Question.
Regarding,
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, HCD would be able to speak to the selection of the site better, but yes, I mean, generally we like to develop around Metro where we can. We also have really good bus service, and that provides really great transit access as well. I believe one of those buses goes straight to Metro, the one going east. That might be the Dunloring or Vienna Metro buses, but I believe one went there. But since we can't have Metro all the way out, we do, buses do go to Metro as well.
Well, and this will increase the vehicle panhandling that's going on in the 50 area, Jamestown and Fair Ridge area. Most of the grocery stores, I've been approached at every grocery store I go to. Because I'm elderly, I look like I could be easily preyed upon. And it's very uncomfortable.
I understand. Yeah, thank you. But we don't anticipate that children or families with children will be causing any kind of additional safety concerns. Is David next?
No, it's actually Mark. I just clicked off it,
Okay.
but the other person
Gotcha.
got, sorry about that. Thanks for providing this time and presentation. First thing is, would the presentation be made available to us, or are we on the site where we can go through it? Because there's some things on there I wanted to verify and just take a good look at. The question I have is a couple of quick questions. So the services on site at the location, will that include be at the location? If you want to bring up that slide, that'd be great. I just want to double check. Did it include like mental health services for the families themselves? Okay, so it has groceries, case management. So the case management, would that include mental health? And also I have a question about whether or not there will be any on-site security 24/7. Again, that's something we'd have to pay for, but is that something also that's going to be considered? And as far as families go, I mean, I've lived here in the Fair Lakes area for over 15 years, and we have seen families outside of, let's say, the Walmart a lot. It's decreased because they've put out trespassing warnings, but we have seen an increase in recent years with regards to that. And just piggybacking on what the lady said earlier. Thank you so much.
Ask my colleagues at Housing and Community Development to jump in there.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tom Barnett. I'm the Deputy Director in the Department of Housing responsible for the Office to Prevent and End Homelessness. I can speak directly to the questions about services. First, mental health. No, there are typically not mental health providers there on site, but as you suggested, the case managers would refer people to other services off site if mental health services are needed. And what was the other service related question?
Whether or not, thanks, Tom. The other question was about security, but the reason I asked
Yes.
about the mental health is because depending on the situation, just to have all inclusive, because yes, we have different locations, but if you're dealing with a family, sometimes that may be part of the issue why they're experiencing that issue at that time. And I feel like if you're separating the case management, that may not help be a comprehensive process enough to help the family in terms of mental health and probably some kind of maybe even drug involvement, right? And if it's not all there, then we're not really, helping that family.
Sure, I appreciate that point. Yeah, and the county is responding primarily to the needs that people are presenting when they enter the shelter, where additional services are needed, such as mental health, they can be brought in. So if we see that mental health is a high prevalence or substance use, then certainly we would bring it in. But based on our demographics and reporting, that's not typically a very prevalent issue among this population. Much like physical health care, we also want to connect people to doctors and psychiatrists and therapists that are already available throughout the county. Regarding this question around security, there's, I think, three things that are important to keep in mind. Staff are available. They are there on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all year round, 365 days. They are there controlling access to the building. People have to be buzzed into the building. They need to sign in. They're monitoring security cameras that are inside and outside the building, and they're also conducting regular rounds inside and immediately outside the building to monitor and make sure everything is working well.
Thank you. Question about, you mentioned about the staff, but are the staff trained security personnel?
They are not security guards. They are trained in security techniques. So ways to intervene in safety situations, de-escalate individuals that may be in crisis, and if necessary, obviously call emergency services, the police, which is fortunately only a block away from this location.
Thank you. I think next was David.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and thank you for the presentation. I'm the president of the Homeowners Association directly east of this property, Pennybrook Community Association. We have 1,776 homes, so we're probably the largest HOA in closest proximity to this community. In general, we have discussed this at the board level in our community, and at a high level, we are supportive of this, but we have, I think, a number of questions and would like some more details. The first comment I would say is that having this discussion on Thursday before Christmas is not particularly optimal. We had a number of homeowners in our community that wanted to have more access to participate in this, and it wasn't convenient from a time standpoint. So I would encourage you to have an additional meeting like this. I know you have some other planning commission meetings, but I think it would be really helpful to be able to provide an opportunity for more of a learning and listening session. Let me go through a couple questions because I think some more specifics would be helpful certainly for our residents. One is, what is the criteria and the process for residents to be accepted into this residence?
Hi, this is Tom Barnett again. So the emergency shelter is for individuals that are experiencing homelessness. So essentially, they have nowhere else to go. We're only serving in this phase one families with adults and children. Um, and really beyond that, there's not much more in terms of eligibility.
But who's going to be actually, Tom, who is the one that's going to be doing the referrals, and who's going to be the one that's doing the actual approvals?
Sure. So Fairfax County has a centralized hotline for people in need of human services, including shelters. It's called Coordinated Services Planning. People can call, explain their situation, whether it be they're experiencing homelessness or maybe they need food or many other human services. And if that individual truly is homeless and has nowhere to go, then this hotline can refer them to the nearest shelter. And this Fairage shelter that's proposed here is just one of several across the county.
So no one without children would be a resident?
Now, the phase two, which is the domestic violence portion, would likely have a small number of individual households that may be victims of domestic violence, a woman or man that is fleeing their abuser that would maybe shelter there. But the vast majority would be families with children.
And are these criteria and these processes codified, or are these potentially changeable?
One of the basic standards for homeless shelters is that somebody must be experiencing homelessness. So that would not change.
And what is the average length of stay expected?
Sure. So the average length of stay is a few months. Don't have a specific number of days, but that's historically how long people stay in our shelters.
Is there a maximum?
No, but the services are designed to help people find new housing as quickly as possible.
And when I think you said it's 2 phases, when it's completed, what would be the total number of residents? What's the total occupancy, maximum occupancy?
Sure. So that when it opens in April, there's intended to be 85 beds or 85 units that can accommodate that. In phase two, there will be renovations, and that has yet to be designed. As it was mentioned in the presentation, we're intending to create larger conjoined units for families with children so that they have more space. But if designed properly, then they could be used either together or individually. So it typically at a maximum 85 households.
And what do we anticipate the operating annual budget will be when it's fully operational?
I don't have that number in front of me, and I think it's still being determined.
What would be a good estimate or range?
I wouldn't want to hazard a guess and misquote some numbers here.
So can we get that? Can we get that information, please?
Make sure that number is posted or distributed when it's available.
What do you expect the cost is for the upgrades in these 2 phases?
Some of my other colleagues may have more information here about that.
This is Tom Fleetwood again. Thank you for the question. With respect to the first phase, we are confident that the work can be done using well within the available federal dollars that we have. So I don't have the exact number with me, and I don't want to give you the wrong information. But it is well within the federal dollars that we have. So that's well below the $4.1 million that was quoted earlier.
So just to the point that an earlier person had mentioned, one of the concerns that raised, whether it's federal dollars or county dollars, it's our dollars at the end of the day. And so we'd like to have more information about the estimated costs for the upgrades, the operational budget, and we'd like to have a little bit more detail about what appears to be a over 20% premium paid for this, what I believe was a vacant facility. So could someone please explain why more than what I believe is more than 20% premium was paid for this facility?
So I can start with that and provide some information for you. The appraised value was $11.9 million, and the purchase price was 14.5. And part of the decision-making process was the ability to bring a facility to the market, so to speak, and begin being able to serve people a lot more quickly than we might have been able to do in terms of building a new facility from scratch. And just for the sake of context, we are preparing for the construction of a new shelter for singles in South County as part of a development with a fire station, and that new shelter won't be delivered until roughly the end of 2029. And rather than in this particular situation, as of right now, Fairfax County is spending a significant amount of funds to prevent homelessness among families by placing them in hotels. This is anticipated to help significantly reduce those costs. With respect to the Delta, so that's sort of the opportunity component of it. With respect to the delta between the appraised value and the purchase price, again, as I mentioned in my initial comments, although this wasn't a consideration for the appraised value, we do anticipate that there may be some significant additional development potential on the site, and with that additional value. So the appraisal was based on the appraisal of an extended stay hotel, not really the entirety of the value that it could have for the county. So I hope that's helpful. As you probably know, appraisals tend to be as much of an art as they are a science. And the Board of Supervisors made a determination that the strategic opportunity here and the potential future going forward made this an appropriate step to take. So thank you for the question.
Yeah, no, I think it would be good to, if it would be, so again, I don't want, this is a concern that we have as a community, where just because it's federal money, again, that's still all of our money, but it's also money that if you hadn't overpaid potentially, and I'm not saying that you did, that's also additional money that could be used for other things within the county or for this additional work that needs to be done here. So it just doesn't feel like there's been a lot of transparency on what the process was and what a perception is that there was a premium that was paid. It feels like the deal happened very quickly. I understand, Tom, some of your comments about being able to have the ability to have an already built facility. Again, in general, we're supportive of this, from a location standpoint. I think the big concern is this feels very rushed, and it feels like we don't have a lot of details. And that's the concern that we have. We're constantly trying to be careful about security. We're trying to be careful about what kinds of impacts it may have on our community, obviously, being nearby. And I guess my last question to you would be, what's the staff recommendation on this?
David, real quick about the timeline. At the directive we were given is to operate the shelter on or before April 1st to alleviate that, increase that in demand that will come with the closure of the temporary facilities that are associated with the hypothermia program. So it was not intended to be rushed, but it is intended to serve folks when they need it. And then I might turn to DPD on any kind of process for
Sure.
that side of recommendations.
Yeah, so this
or whatnot.
so this is Salem Bush from the Department of Planning and Development, and myself and Kazi will be ones reviewing this project. And what we'll do is we'll develop a staff report that does have a recommendation that will go through review internally, and then we will publish that staff report 2 weeks, approximately 2 weeks before the public hearing, which is scheduled with the Planning Commission on January 29th of next year. And so we don't right now have an official position, but we will within a couple of weeks. It'll be published as part of that report.
Thank you for that. Was there is it Salem? Is that your name?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Salem. Was there previously a position taken by the staff that did not recommend this?
No, this is, I mean, we just got this application in like a couple of months ago, so there hasn't been any discussion from staff or any recommendation about this facility at all. No.
Okay. Thank you. And again, I would just respectfully request that we be given more information, more details, so that we have a better sense for really how this is going to operate, what it's going to cost to operate, what the criteria are going to be in the process for these residents, so that we can communicate that to our community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
This is Vicky. This is Vicky again. The gentleman just speaking brought up a couple of points. One, your criteria for homeless is I pick up the phone and I make a phone call and I claim to be homeless. There's no one that's going to go out and confirm that, is what I understood the response was. Second, this is federal money. If the federal money wasn't there, would we be so eager to have spent as much as we did spend? And would we be as eager to turn that little area into a large shelter area? It does bring problems, not just solutions. And third, what is the impact to local residential property value? No one's speaking about that. Fourth, who are the contractors that are involved? On the website for this meeting, it gives you the information for the meeting, but it does not post any of the documents supporting the meeting, and that would have been helpful. Thank you.
Understood. I'm going to turn to Tom Barnett for the first one, a question about the criteria.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, there is a very in-depth assessment, and even when people are being referred to the shelters will often call friends or family to help understand why the individual could not live with them, what other options do they have. So it's not a simple phone call. There's multiple layers, and there's often some investigation involved.
But
Ma'am, would you mind?
Not personal visits.
No, staff are not visiting someone where they may be calling from.
Ma'am, do you mind repeating some of your additional questions?
Sure. That was the first question, is what's the criteria? So there could be avenues of people who take advantage could find a way through that process. That's neither here nor there. But when you refer to this becoming a very large complex, then the question becomes, what is the impact to personal property values for those of us living in and near?
Well, right now it's repurposing the building, so we're not developing a new site that would be bigger at this time. It's intended to remain with the existing footprint, and as I mentioned, in phase 2 there will be some shifting of sizes of units, and Tom Barnett had spoken to a bit about the capacity as well, and I don't have any information on property values.
A commercial property generating revenue would be a bonus to a neighborhood versus a shelter that may be bringing problems for the police and fire to have to deal with. It may have a negative impact. That's the concern.
I understand. We don't anticipate additional safety concerns arising from the folks who'll be staying there, the families of children. I know we had some hands raised that have been raised for a while, so I want to get to you all. The next person is NL.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I had a couple of questions. You talked in the answers to David's questions about the number of units. I think 85 was the number. What does that translate into actual numbers of people, adults and children?
My understanding is that for phase 2, that is going to be worked out in the Department of Public Works and Environmental Services capital improvement program. So they'll figure out what the layouts will be and what the overall capacity will be. I don't know if Tom Barnett, if you have any additional information on that, but I think there's a lot we don't know about phase 2.
Yeah, I
Well,
can't really.
It's
Sorry,
phase
go
1.
ahead.
What about phase 1? Do you not have any? Do you have a sort of an idea? Or do you have a maximum occupancy? I mean, surely you must have those figures.
The maximum occupancy within the standard rooms would be 4 people based on the code. So you'd have to multiply the 85 by 4, but that is maximum. Not every family is of that size.
And do you foresee the occupancy being around 100% most of the time?
Generally, our shelters are currently fully occupied, so it is anticipated this would be mostly occupied.
And I just want to return to a question that David asked, because I wasn't clear on the response that you gave. He had asked whether the family-only rule was in any way codified or protected. Is there a situation where the residency could be extended to non-family residents at some point?
As I mentioned in phase 2, domestic violence services may serve single individuals who are victims of domestic violence, but as long as this is a family shelter, it's going to be treated as a family shelter.
So there will be single adults then living in this shelter, is what you're saying.
Typically, in domestic violence shelters, there are a very small percentage, yes.
So do you have an idea about what the percentage is? Is there going to be a protected percentage, or could it be whatever you determine at whatever time will be the number of single people living in there?
Well, it is based on the number of individuals that are calling and asking for help when they're trying to flee their abuser. Most single adults will be able to find a friend or a family member to stay with. It is predominantly families with children who simply can't be accommodated by friends and family because of their size.
So you're on record as saying then that no single adults who are not in a domestic abuse situation will ever live in this shelter?
I can only speak to what's being presented here tonight in terms of the intended use. What may happen in the future, I don't have any control over or knowledge of.
So this is not a protected or codified family shelter, is what you're saying, and it could change at any time.
I might step in here as well if I could, and thank you very much for the question. I think, we certainly understand the community's desire to have, sort of certainty about this. And it's important to note that, the entire purpose of the purchase of this facility was for use as a family shelter. That was the direction from the Board of Supervisors. And I'll also note that the contracts for the services that are provided at these facilities, also dictate who, the populations that are actually served there. So, while I can certainly, understand the concern, I think it's important to note that the community can have confidence in the fact that that this facility will be serving homeless families with children, with the exception of the domestic violence shelter component, which may have from time to time a small number of single adults fleeing their abuser. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Lucy, you are next.
Thank you so much. I first wanted to start by saying thank you for having a community meeting where only 10 minutes is you guys talking and the rest is for us to ask questions. So I want to thank the organizers for that. Now, second, I want to say that my husband and I have lived in Fair Ridge for over 4 years. We've owned for 7. And we think this is a great idea. It's putting your money where your mouth is and living what you believe in. And I've personally had an abused woman stay at my house for a while. I think the choice of site is good. It's right next to the police station. I'd much rather have something that contributes to the welfare of the county that I've lived in for over 40 years, like a homeless shelter, than a transient hotel. I really hope, and I think it's going to happen, that the walking facilities for me personally, when I want to walk across 50, will improve. The bus service, I hope, will improve, and I will take the bus when I can. I'm one of the few people that would prefer to ride a bike, walk, or take a bus than get my car out of the garage, even though it's a Prius. And so you'll probably find a lot of people complaining about property values. I don't want my taxes to go up because my property values increase, but if I sold it, maybe I would. But I think it's a great idea, and I think more people like me and Greg should speak out to you because it's a great idea. And my last question is, as grandparents, our grandkids are getting older. Is there a way that I can donate diapers or changing tables or high chairs to help furnish this by April 1st?
That's so kind, Lucy. Thank you so much. I'm gonna ask Tom Burnett if there's any opportunities available currently for helping furnish the place.
Sure. I mean, what I would encourage people to do is go to the county's website, specifically the homepage for the Office to Prevent and End Homelessness. If you go to fairfaxcounty.gov/homeless, there is on the left-hand side a option to select partners or partner organizations, and you can choose based on the population they serve and the location where you'd like to give, and it'll take you to their websites that list their needs. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Janine.
Very good.
Janine, are you there? Another second. Okay. All right. Thank you. Are there any other questions? And we can loop back to Janine if she comes back and we're done with another question. Okay.
I have a question.
Sure.
I think so. This is just kind of a done deal. Like I'm not sure why we're here because it's like already this is like already decided and done, right? I mean, I don't think it matters what we think as a community or what we want as a community. It's done, right? I mean, I know, okay, you're gonna have a phase 1 and phase 2 and a public hearing but I don't think I mean, it doesn't matter what we're saying or doing, right? I mean, it's done. This is happening, right?
I appreciate your comment. I really don't want you to feel like it's a done deal and that we don't care about what the community thinks. We are undergoing the land development processes just as any other developer or entity would. We are conducting this 2232, which is goes before a public hearing for the Planning Commission, and we've also filed a minor variation with the Board of Supervisors that's going to the board on January 14th. That does not have a public hearing, but it's still another process that we had to undertake to make this happen. It's a different process than a new development. So I understand that it might seem different from another process that you might see for a larger new development, but the reuse of the property does require certain land development processes and permitting, just as any other project would. So it requires comments from staff and input from staff and the board and the Planning Commission. two bodies actually. So we're definitely doing everything that would be expected of another developer.
Okay, thank you.
Hi,
Mark?
this is Janine. I had
Oh,
a hard
hey.
time trying to
Yes.
unmute earlier. I apologize.
Oh, no, you're
Um,
fine. Go ahead.
So I live in South County. I've been a Fairfax County resident for 64 years, and I'm excited to see um, this property being purchased with the federal funds, and look forward to hearing about the second phase and what that will incorporate. I know that I also serve and live in the Route 1 corridor and know that we're spending plenty of money on hotels and that our shelters are full and that we need to do better for our residents. And I know that there's more than just calling CSP and saying that you're homeless, that you need to have some ties to Fairfax County in order to be served. And I appreciate that while some properties like North Hill took 40 years to be developed while owned by the county, this is something that was quickly purchased with possibility of expanded services, and I think goes a long way towards serving those folks, especially in the Reston area, knowing that that shelter is changing and going away and how long that's been there. I mean, I remember when there wasn't a shelter in Reston. So thank you all very much for what you're doing. And I don't live nearby it, but I do appreciate that it's a facility that will be easily altered to be able to safely locate families. And I appreciate that it's so close to a police station and in a hub where there's transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. Hey, Marcus,
Yeah,
you
this
raised
is
your hand.
just another quick question that I heard earlier. Excuse me. Could you let me know how many other alternative locations or sites were looked at, either similarly or just from, building something from scratch on county property or things like that? How many other alternative sites were considered?
I'll turn to my colleagues in housing and community development to answer that.
So thank you for the question. As with many things in real estate, this emerged as an opportunity that came to us at an important time as we were facing a number of challenges with respect to the homeless population. So we identified this as an opportunity and had a discussion with the board, and the board asked us to go forward with it.
So were there any, quick question, not started for a bad time, were there any kind of like, we do environmental studies for everything or social impacts studies for everything. Were those done for this current project?
So it's important to note on this that that the use of this facility as a shelter with short-term stays is consistent with what's already there. What is already there is an extended stay hotel, and this is certainly compatible with what's already there. So the answer to your question is for this specific purpose, no. But again, it's because we're converting a like for like use.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
For any other hands, are there any other questions? David?
I do.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick clarification. How are we going to are you going to send these copies out to me so I can share them with my community?
Of the presentation?
Yes.
Sure, I can do that. Can you put your email in the chat and I'll send that over?
I can do that.
Okay. Or you can email me too. I'll put my email in the chat if that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you could post those online on your meeting page, that would be most helpful.
Sure, yes. I posted the Housing and Community Development news page that where the materials will be posted. I know there are some housing folks here. Correct me if that site is not the site you intended, but I believe that is the housing news that we were intending to post on.
I'm not sure where that page is. I know where the meeting page is on your website. I do have one other question. Has Fairfax County engaged in a study to determine why? I've lived here 20 years and never saw people begging on the streets. And all of a sudden, we have people begging in the grocery store parking lots, on the streets, at the mall, in front of stores. I mean, you stop at a stoplight and you've got somebody approaching your vehicle. Have we done a study to find out what has drawn, if you build it, they will come concept? What has drawn that to the county? It's certainly not our weather.
I'm not sure of any studies that have taken place to study panhandling and such in the county. And I had posted. Are you able to see the chat box with if you press the chat button at the top of the screen, you'll see the chat.
No,
and
I'm not on. I'm
oh,
not
you're
on
your phone.
meeting.
Okay.
Right. I just called in. It's more than panhandling. I mean, why are we in such dire straits for homeless that we need to overpay for this property, move this through the system fast as a bunny? And I do agree with the lady that said it doesn't matter what we say here tonight. This is a done deal. It's happening. The folks in Reston seem to have enough clout. They need this to happen. So it's going to happen. That's an unfortunate feeling, but that's exactly how it feels.
Hi, this is Tom Barnett again. I just wanted to speak regarding the panhandling questions. The county is actually in the final stages of securing a contractor that could conduct an authoritative research study of people experiencing homelessness throughout Fairfax County to understand, why is it that they are panhandling, what services or resources could be provided to take them off the streets. And so we hope that that information will be useful for the county's future actions.
Hopefully they will publish that study because you guys are going for a 5% tax increase after overspending for this property. And I've got people begging for loose change, $5, whatever I can give them everywhere I go. It's like, what the heck happened here?
And ma'am, regarding the website, it's the Housing and Community Development news page. So I just typed that into Google, Fairfax County Housing and Community Development News, and it's the first thing that pops up. So it says housing news on it. It's also just so, because I know you can't see the chat, but it's fairfaxcounty.gov/housing/news.
Okay, I think we found it. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks. Are there any other comments or questions? For hands. Okay. Well, feel free to reach out to me if you have any additional questions or comments. I'm so grateful you all joined us tonight, and we really appreciate you joining us and telling us your concerns and comments. It means a lot. And we are going to be at the Springfield Land Use Committee on January 16th if you'd like to join there as well. And that is at the Government Center at 7:30. Thank you all.
Good night.
Thank you, Bree.
Thank you. Good night.